Hola, minasan! Welcome back for another round of freelance gaming. How y'all doing? Are you doing good? I'm doing good. We're all doing good. And continuing onward with Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my gosh, let it end. Let it end. I don't have a problem with playing very, very long games. I mean, I went over 25 weeks with Final Fantasy VII. Um, so it's not that big a deal. It's just that like I've said 1,000 times, I pretty much saw enough. I saw plenty enough because if it's not more of the same, the new stuff I've seen it, and so it's like a mixture of more of the same, more of the same, and I've seen all the new. So I just want to get this done so I could get to Jet Grind Radio because I want to beat Jet Grind Radio and get back to some of the games, retro games that I want to finish up. You know. And I also want to get back to Civilization 6. I've been saying it for years. I want to get back there. I haven't touched the Civilization 6 in 2 years, and I want to finish the Mansa Musa campaign so badly. And I want to get this all done before October, because once October swings around, it's going to be all horror games. I'm going to finally deep dive into the horror games. Um, yeah. So, what do I want to talk about? I never have anything ready to talk about. Let's talk about pencils. No, actually, I did have something I wanted to talk about. Um, and I think, and I can't remember what it was. I think I was going to talk about, um, I think I wanted to talk about because this just came up a few minutes ago. I ran into Star Dire Try. Uh, he was just doing a live stream test just now because he's got some new stuff going, um, and we started talking about translation games, Japanese language games. So I think I might have said this on my Japanese live stream, but I'm gonna reiterate this for here on the English live stream. If you're learning Japanese and you want to do some Japanese gaming and you don't want to buy old imports or you don't want to even buy new imports from Play Asia, and you happen to have a Nintendo Switch, I don't know if the Xbox and the PlayStation consoles have that ability, but I do know is that this here, this here Switch, I don't know. I don't know if it was on purpose or not, but you can actually do this. So you see the system settings here. It says system settings, and you scroll down here. All right. You go to system. You scroll down to language. You hit language, and then you switch here, just like that. Okay. You just go down to here. All right. You're gonna click these three characters. This says Nihongo. This is Japanese. That's the characters for Japanese right here. You hit that. You hit restart, which I forgot that I still had the game on. It's gonna reboot. You reboot the whole system. Yeah, let me zoom in for you. Let me zoom this in for y'all. And there it is. Hajimeru. Game news. All things Japanese. There you go. You don't need to switch accounts or any of that. And here it is. It's all in Japanese, as you can see here. Zelda, Ghost Trick, Toll-Plan, Zero Fire. Sorry, that's Zero Fire, Toll-Plan Collection. Some of them will be in English, like Dead or School or Blade Arceus. But you're gonna... Akai Katanashin. But you'll see... It'll look like this here. Here we go. Yeah, you see all the English language titles up here on the top, and all the Japanese language titles will be all the way down here at the bottom, starting with the arcade archives. See, here they all are. Even games like the indie games like the what's this thing called? Super Brothers. I forgot the name of that. So Sonic Origins, Danganronpa. Look, even Disney Illusion Island, Ninja Turtles. They all get translated into English, into Japanese. So how does it look like? Well, here's what it looks like. This is what it'll look like when it's when you switch it to Japanese. See, there it is. Tsuzuki kara, hajime kara, option. See that? And when you pull it up, look, it's all in the Japanese text here. All the locations. So if you're wondering how I've been able to play Switch games in Japanese, that's how I've been pulling it off. And I never had to create a second account. There we go. Let's switch it back to English for all the viewers out there. So that's all you have to do to get Japanese on the Switch. You don't need to. You don't have to necessarily buy imports unless they're like legit Japanese exclusive, like Buddy Mission Bond. See, and it's right back to English. Featured news, start, and here's Zelda. Okay, just start software. That's the cloud acting up. So that's one. So this is like the easiest way if you want to learn Japanese. You want to do Japanese gaming. The Switch gives you that instant access. The majority, pretty much all their first party titles. All their first party titles will switch over to Japanese. Third party titles will vary game to game. But they do change over. They do change over automatically. Then you have those where you have to go into the options and switch over. Like in the case of the which was it? Which one was it? Was it Toll Plan or Zero Fire? One of these two. I think it was Toll Plan or Zero Fire. No, actually, it was Akai Katana Shin. Akai Katana Shin came defaulted in English, and I had to go into the option to switch it to Japanese. But I didn't do that. But yeah, a lot of the Switch, so many Switch games have the option to be switched, to change over to Japanese, and the game inside itself does it. Let me get back to here. This is the first segment. This is the first segment. So the other question is, what other options are there to get Japanese language gaming going? So it really depends on the consoles that you have. I mean, you could buy the actual consoles themselves, the Famicom, the PC Engine, because the thing is that Japan, they use the NTSB frequency like we do here in North America. So that's why it's very easy to do all the Japanese imports and playing the console, the actual Japanese consoles here in North America with no problem, and vice versa, because they use the same NTSB frequency as we do. So so you could just buy the consoles themselves. Most of the time they're a lot cheaper, way cheaper than buying the North American consoles, because North American consoles can get very, 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 very expensive. But if you happen to already have a console and it's still and it's either collecting dust or doing some things, I could give you a couple of quick recommendations here. Let me just grab these for a second. It's not that difficult because it just requires adapters, and adapters are this particular adapter is very tricky to get. And this one is pretty easy to get. Let's see where I put that at. Here it is. All right, here we are. So here we go. Adapters help do bypass. These are bypass adapters, and you could get Hyperkin. Hyperkin has a whole bunch of bypass adapters for pretty much all the North American consoles. This one is for the Nintendo 64. That's how I'm able to play Run the Project J2 and Chorokyu and a few others. So you just stick right in there, and you put the cartridge on top. So let me explain why that is here. Yeah. It's the way the cartridge is designed. Here we go. I want you to see spot the difference. This is Star Wars, and this is Wonder Project J2. Spot the difference between these two cartridges. You'll probably notice that right there. You see? Yeah, the backs are different. This one is the North American back. This is Star Wars. And because the cartridge slot is designed with these two little indents here, Wonder Project J2 will never fit into the N64 because it's using these two indents right here. So what this does is it gives you the widened part. It's still the same pins. That's the crazy thing about this. They're the same pins. There's nothing different between the two here. The pins are 100% identical to each other. It's just that you can't fit the cartridges in the slot. So what this does is this gives you the space needed in here to stick Japanese language games like so, just like that. And then you could be able to, and then you just stick this, as you can see here, on the top loader, and you're good to go. So that's what Hyperkins do. That's what these Hyperkin adapters, and they're for many systems. The top loaders. As far as I know, they got the Super Nintendo, the NES. I think they got I think they have the Master System for the Mega Drive. I think they got one for that. But I know that the Nintendo ones got the bypasses from Hyperkin. And it's not bad. It's not bad at all because I've been able to do Japanese language gaming for that. And they're not very expensive either. They're not that expensive to get. So if you happen to have an N64 and you happen to be within range of a well-reputed antique video game store, then and they're selling the imports, old Japanese imports. Go for it. The games are not expensive, at least in my region. Well, at least in a couple of stores. Well, yeah, it varies from store to store from over here because some of them like to charge upwards of $200 for these cartridges. But Wonder Project J2 went for like $10, I believe, like around $7 to $10. We were all shocked because it was Wonder Project J2. But that's how much that went for. So it was an easy scoop. It was an easy scoop. But if you want that N64 or the NES or the Super NES and you want to play the Famicom games or the play Famicom games, Super Famicom games, N64 games, Hyperkin's got the bypasses to deal with that. Let me see here. Let me just yank up the price. Let me see here, because they're not that. It didn't cost me that much. Let's see, products. There we go. Where's the bypass at? Here it is. Yeah, $25. The N64 bypass is $25. Easy. The HyperConvert Universal Cartridge Adapter. That's what it's called. So, just look for Hyperkin. Hyperkin is not, well, when it comes to the TurboGrafx 16, that left to be desired. But nevertheless, the bypass has been very good. It hasn't caused me any problems or anything so far. Another one that I can recommend, and if you're lucky enough to find it like I did, because again, where I'm at, I'm in the New York region, New York City region, so I'm completely surrounded in a literal circle of over 8 different antique game stores to head to. But it's this little puppy here. I bought 2 of these because I don't know, because they're very rare. I had the chance to get 2 of these. This is called a game converter. It's called the TV Game Computer Cartridge Converter. Um, it only at least when I bought these initially it was $100, but the store restocked and upscaled the price because I made it rare. I made it even rarer. But this is for the TurboGrafx 16 and the PC Engine. It works both ways. If you have a PC Engine, you could slot this in, and you could play English language TurboGrafx 16 games in there. But if you have the TurboGrafx 16, you could slot it into the TurboGrafx 16. You could play Japanese language PC engine games in here. What makes this also great about this adapter is if you don't have the Turbo Duo, which lets you play pretty much everything, including imports, If you're stuck with the TurboGrafx CD like I am, you can use this. You can use this little puppy here. Slot it in. You get the Super System. You get the Super System 3.0 card, BIOS card, and you can slot it into this because this is where you slot the Hue cards in. You slot them into there, and you could be able to play Turbo Duo CD games. So you're not just restricted to just the TurboGrafx CD games. You could play the Turbo Duo CD games on there, and that includes imports because this allows you to bypass the import block, and you could play all the import games. You could play import CD games with this, as you had seen me done with Barumba and have I started? Yeah, Barumba. I still haven't started. Yeah, Barumba and a couple of other CD games like Bastille 2. Basically, yeah. So those are my recommendations if you're looking to bypass, or if you want to do Japanese language gaming and so on. Yeah. I hope that helps you out. I hope that helps all of you out there. But definitely, if you have a Switch, very easy. Just go into the system settings and change your language to Japanese, and all your English language games that you got, all the physicals, all the downloads will switch to Japanese. But pending on which not all of them. No, not all of them. I shouldn't even be saying all of them because I had come across some that didn't do it. But even those that are written in English, they do have the option to change Japanese. So, make sure to change them to Japanese. But you get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. You don't have to go to Play Asia or put up a second account to play to do Japanese language gaming. It's already available. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's a game like Koroba no Puzzle, which is not coming out in the United States because it's all about learning Japanese. I don't know why it didn't come out to the States. Or the Tekipaki, which was a free download I got, and it's exclusive only in Japan. You're not gonna find that on the eShop. So yeah, there we go. All right. Let's see here. Where are we at? Anything else got on my mind? No, right? No. All right. So let's move on to talking about Magic. Today's shows. I got I'm gonna start off with Magic Commander. I liked how I went about it the last live stream where I started with Magic and then went into Zelda because the first time that I went in the other order, Zelda first and then Magic second, I didn't end until almost 5 a.m. It was a near 6-hour show because it took a very, very long time going through the commander deck and setting it all up, and even off show took like 2 hours working on a commander deck. That commander working on a commander is insane. It's really insane, but it's fun. Honestly, I have not enjoyed deck building of this magnitude ever enjoyed it like this when I was playing 13 years ago. When I last played it 13 years ago, it was like my first years in Magic from Weatherlight until 2010. So we're talking 90. So it was like 97 to 2010. That's 13 years. Wow. 13 years I played Magic, and 13 years I stopped playing Magic. What a round number there. What a weird number. But those 13 years that I was playing with Magic, it was all about being competitive and like gotta crush my opponent and all that stuff. There wasn't any sense of casualness or anything. But but when I discovered Commander, which I knew was which I found out was Elder Dragon Highlander, I was like, oh wait, I heard of that from back in the days. I was surprised that it got sanctioned. But nevertheless, I haven't felt that level of joy in Magic. Like that whole joy was died out after 13 years of playing it, and I never bothered with Magic ever again. That's why I have such a very very low card pool, to work with these commander decks. But yeah, commander deck just got me well incentivized to come back into the game. And I think I'm gonna end up coming back to it. At least maybe for a few years or something. I don't know. It depends. But Commander is a very fun time. I enjoy it with the people that I played with, and the fact that it's so challenging, like it's really exercising my brain is great. Because changing my Isamaru mono white deck, Isamaru Hound of Konda, into a white green deck. Wow, man, that was a big undertaking, and I had to keep going back to those YouTube videos with the tips and everything, because Commander is a completely Elder Dragon Highlander is a completely different beast from standard format gameplay, deck building, and I had to like really get the definitions. Like it was very hard finding definitions on YouTube for things like ramp. Like, what does that mean? What, like, yeah, you just dual. Yeah, but what does that mean? That's what my brain was saying. It's like, they're throwing the words out there, but they're not specifying in great detail what that means. Oh, you got to do synergy. Okay, I know what synergy is in the context of a 60 card deck. What is synergy in the context of a 100 card deck, where you only have single copies of each individual card except basic lands? Because my brain is like, how do you get your combo off when you can only get one card out of 99? My brain operates on probability and statistics, due to game design. My tabletop game design, something I gotta get back into. But my tabletop game design, I have to account for probability and statistics. Like, what are the odds of someone drawing a card out on a turn? And when you're talking about having one unique card in a 100 card deck, you're talking about 1/100 basically. And when you're dealing with something like combos, well, you only have one copy of those cards that make the combo. So, for example, I'll give you an example. Queen Ranger and Llanowar Elves. Queen Ranger is an elf where you return a land card to your hand to untap a target creature. Llanowar Elves, you tap the Llanowar Elves and you get a green mana. So the way the combo works is you tap the Llanowar Elves, you tap your land, then and you get 2 mana. Then using Queen Ranger's effect, you return your land to your hand, untap Llanowar Elves. Now, if you haven't done your 1 land per turn, you drop the land again, and then you tap the Llanowar Elves and the land, and you get another 2 mana for a total of 4. You get 4 mana on 1 land tap. Saying on 1 land use. Saying on a 2 card use. Now, how you're supposed to get now, if those 2 cards that makes the combo is in a 100 card deck and you can only have 1 of each, how do you get them out? How do you get them out? I understand, card searching, card drawing is big, saying is a big thing in Commander. But my point is that when they're talking about synergy, they make it sound like you could just get the cards like that. You know what I'm saying? It's that easy. And they talk as if you have 7 copies of the same card when in fact you only have 1 copy. and they don't, these videos are not going into great lengths as to how to mitigate that, how to expedite it, and so on, because you can't really execute a combo easily in this. You know what I'm saying? You gotta mill through. You gotta do card searches, which is what they tell you to do. But my point is that when they're trying, is that some of these videos, they don't explain to you, the whole context of synergy changed because you only have one copy of Llanowar Elf and one copy of Quirion Ranger. So what does synergy mean in this context? You know what I'm saying? You can't speak it as if it's a standard 60 card deck design where you have 4 copies of each. It doesn't, that context doesn't work anymore. The context has changed, and it does get very frustrating, going through these videos, because especially those that say, oh, for Commander for beginners, and they talk to you as if you've played Commander for 20 years, and they're using these crazy terms like ramp and burn. What's it called? Shock land. That's it. Shock land. They're saying shock land. Like, what the heck is a shock land? You're doing a beginner's video and you're saying shock land, and you're not explaining what that means. You're just talking like we're supposed to know what that means. That you're not a beginner video. You're an intermediate video. But yeah, it's been quite the challenge, trying to get the information I need to understand Commander, so that way I can, optimize my enjoyment, because I'm gonna be sitting with 3 other players, many of whom have been playing for years, compared to me, and there's an expectation that I be at least competent in gameplay. Sure, I played Magic for 13 years, and the basics are still there, the fundamentals. But Commander's a whole different beast, because your deck design's gotta be solid. You know what I'm saying? It's gotta have a level of competency. Oh yeah, and then they got the stupid power rating system. I'm sorry, what? This is Dragon Ball Z? They got some kind of weird power rating system going from 1 to 10. I think that's ridiculous. Power level. What's your deck's power level? That's all I see these videos saying. What's your deck's power level? I mean, I watched the video, but it still eludes me as to why it's a thing. My brain is like, who cares what the power level is? Because you can sit there and be a power level 10. If I have a power level 1, I'm beating you. What does the power level mean then? That's cute though. Power level be like, it's over 9. What? I don't know what good of a measurement that is, but that's cute. That's cute. Later on in the show, will be Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, part 20. Part 20. I was able to get through that Ring Ruins main quest, and now I'm on another main quest, which I stopped at when I reached the temple, because I'm supposed to find the 5th sage. I think there's either 3 or 4 more main quests I gotta get unlocked to get to the game completion. So that way I can have all the main quests unlocked, and then the path to completion is gonna open up. I really, really would like to get this done. I know I say this a lot of times, and I'm not kidding. I want to get back to retro gaming as soon as possible, but yeah, I'm enjoying it overall. I'm still enjoying it overall, but it's just that you got more of the same mixed with more of the same mixed in with new stuff, and the new stuff I've seen enough of. I don't know what Nintendo was thinking with that whole Minecrafting thing. You gotta build these structures like Fortnite. I was like, I'm not playing Fortnite here. I'm playing Zelda. Give me a dungeon where I get a hook shot and I can go and hook things around. I mean, what a missed opportunity to have the hook shot. All right, everybody, let's do some deck building. Yeah, say hello to my commander decks. I'm gonna recap Sithis Harvest Hand. Like I said, I finished up. I pretty much finished this deck up and got it all set. This is the deck list you're looking at over here. Let me see here. Am I pointing in the right direction? There we go. That's the complete deck list. That's what I'm gonna go with this weekend. Go play Commander. So this was originally my mono white Isamaru deck, and I turned it into a Sith's Harvest Hand deck, basically. And this is what I'm going with. So I got the lands here, but I was able to. It was very tough trying to squeeze everything in. It was very tough trying to squeeze everything in into this. Let me see here. Let me see here. Here we go. Is that too far? Yeah. Here we go. Here are the lands. Let me just get the lands out. And so operating with 17 lands each because I decided to throw in 17 basic lands because I'm playing Feck Townships for now until I can find a better non-basic land. Blossoming Sands and Tranquil Expanse. All three of them have one thing in common. That is that they can tap either white or green. And I thought that was a good idea. And thus cut down on the basic lands. On the basic lands. Raid. Kills bugs dead. Hey, welcome Start Dire Try. And Reski Yosh Panasperes. Panasperes Reski Comrade. Welcome to the show, guys. Welcome to the show. Go get in. You have fun too, Rescue. You have fun. I'm trying to stay here, Rescue. Stay. I know where you're going to stay. I'm tying you up. I'm tying you up. Magic. Welcome to the Magic segment, guys. Trying to get one of my commander decks. I'm just reviewing my completed commander deck here, with the very limited supply of cards I have in my possession. This was originally my mono white Isamaru Hound of Konda deck, and I converted it into a white green Sith's Harvest Hand deck. White green. I picked these three non-basic land cards, which were in my possessions because they could tap for white or green with no problem at all. These three cards, 3 land cards. So I'm covering over my head. Let's see here. There we go. I'll line it up like that. There we go. So that's what I got for now. So I could find better lands this Saturday. I'm not sure how this deck's gonna work. I'm gonna have to try it out first before I go buying cards individually. Yeah, I was John Wicking Magic. I was like the Keanu Reeves. People were like, "Are you back in the game?" I was like, I don't know yet. I don't know if I'm back in the game. And now it's like I got tied up and I was telling people, people was asking me if I'm back in the game, and I say, yeah, I'm back in the game. And then so I go up to the counter at the game shop, and I was like, cards, lots of cards. And then they were like, "Oh, we don't have the cards yet. We're gonna have to wait till next weekend. We're still just opening." They were only 5 hours into their grand opening, so they were still putting things up and everything and everywhere. But they had the tables and the chairs out to let us in, so we could hang out and play, and just so they could get the store going and jump starting. So there goes my John Wick moment. So continuing on with my with my Sithis Harvest hand deck list. I got these 3 non-basic lands, which is just to be serious here, Tranquil Expanse, Blossoming Sands, and Beck Townships. Beck Townships because they can provide me white and green for now. I'm glad to hear you love Magic. Tell us, Start Diver Try. SDR. What kind of decks do you play? And while you write that out, I got the. I decided since this is all about enchantments, where I could gain life and draw cards. I put in a lot of enchantments, but I also came across this new thing that that happened in Magic. Well, for me, it's new because again, I've been out for 13 years, so I have no idea what's going on. I didn't even know Street Fighter 2 had freaking Street Fighter cards. So, and Stranger Things, and Lord of the Rings, and the upcoming Doctor Who, probably Final Fantasy, like everybody's saying is true. Transformers, yes, those Transformers. There's an Autobot card, Grimlock card. Godzilla got one. Godzilla. Yeah, they're becoming Monopoly. Magic is turning to Monopoly. But there's this new creature called Enchantment Creature. And they count as an enchantment and a creature called Sanctum Weaver. This one here. So the important thing about Commander is that you do have to have synergy, and I figured once I finally figured out what they mean by synergy, I started throwing in cards that would work with Sithis. Among them is these enchantment creatures. Here's Jukai, Preserver, and I have an old card. I have a very old classic card, in the days of yore, called Yavimaya Enchantress, and what she does is she gets +1/+1 for each enchantment in play. And since I'm playing a lot of enchantments, especially with enchantment creatures, she gets the boost. That +1/+1 boost. So for land ramping, that they call it, which is mana ramping, boosting up mana. I got Sakura Tribe Elder, which lets me search for a land card, as well as Wood Elves, which allows me to get another land card. Then I cut down on the elves because I have so much mana drawing. Like I got mad methods of getting mana. So I parsed down the elves to just Quirion Elves and Llanowar Elves. The Quirion Elves allows me to choose a color, which means I could choose white, and I could tap for a white or green whenever I want. And I picked Llanowar Elves because it's traditional, staple, it's a straightforward green, easy mana to get. Now my main focus of this deck, in terms of creatures, are the spirit types, and to take advantage of Soul Shift, because what Soul Shift does is when this card is put into a graveyard from play, okay, you may return target spirit card with converted mana cost 7 or less from your graveyard to your hand. So let's take for example Thousand Leg Kami. If Thousand Leg Kami has Soul Shift 7, so any creature with 7 or less mana, 7? Yeah, I did read that right. 7. So 7. So they have 7 mana or less total. Like for example, Vine Kami, which has 1 green and 6 generic mana, and that's in the graveyard. I can yank that out of the graveyard and put it into my hand. So there's like a little bit of graveyard cycling going on. So that's what I focused on, because the enchantments that I've chosen allows me to gain life. So these are the spirits that I'm using here. This is Vine Kami. Is that Vine Kami? No, this is Night Soil Kami. Venerable Kumo. Here's Moss Kami. This beautiful new card that I got from the I think it's the latest set. The latest Kamigawa set. Kamigawa got a new set called Neon Destiny. Cards are beautiful. I want to get more of those. So this one came from the Kamigawa Neon Dynasty Neon set called Blossom Prancer. It's got Reach, which is the new keyword, which is the keyword for creatures that can stop flying creatures. the spiders basically. But it's not a spider. It's a beautiful looking elk or deer or whatever it is. Either way, it's beautiful. It's full of cherry blossoms. But when it enters the battlefield, I can look at the top 5 cards of the library. I can reveal a creature or enchantment from among them, put it into my hand, and the rest goes into the bottom of my library, so they don't get discarded. It's a beautiful card, very beautiful, and it's a 4/4 creature for 5 mana. And not only that, but if you didn't put a card into your hand this way, what makes this awesome is that if you don't get a card draw, like if you don't put a card in your hand, you could gain 4 life with it. So you have the option to do 4 life, because it's a Yume. It's a Yume a statement, so it's completely optional. Then I have Kami of the Hunt, in which whenever I play a spirit or an arcane, because I do have some arcane. Do I have arcane? I don't think so. But whenever I play a spirit, Kami of the Hunt gets +1/+1. So just keep playing those spirits and playing those spirits. And the key word is play. When you play, that's what's good about it. It's whenever you play. It's not cast or any other conditions. When you play it, play a spirit or arcane spell, you get the +1/+1. So I could pump this sucker up just as much as Yummy Vow, just as much as the Enchantress. Now, on the white creature side, the white creatures, I kept my birds because I love my birds. Plus, I like the flying because having evasive flying, you can get that crazy damage going. So, I kept the Windbrisk Raptor, which makes all flying creatures, not just birds, all flying creatures, deal damage and you gain life back. Soul Catcher, which gets pumped up for every creature that has the flying type. That means that the spirits that I have that can fly will give it a +1/+1 token. Healer's Flock, which has flying and can help heal me upon damage, and the ever classic Sky Shroud Falcon, which doesn't tap to attack, aka Vigilance. So another quick synergy that I got going here. Well, not really much of a synergy, actually. I should have put in the Cat Warriors. Dang, I should have put the Cat Warrior in there. Yeah, maybe I should have done that. Because this one, you know what? I should have put the Cat Warrior in there. Oh well. Alabaster Mage gives my creatures life link. Soul's Attendant and Soul Warden. Very easy one mana drops. They both give me life whenever a creature enters the battlefield. Doesn't need to be a cast or anything. So if I were to bring them back from the graveyard, directly from the graveyard, I get 1 life. The 2 of them together, that's 2 life very easily. So you can see where the spamminess is gonna come in with these spirits. So my white spirits, which I also have 7 of. So I got 7 green white spirits, 7 white spirits, 7 white spirits, 7 green spirits, for a total of 14 spirits. Many of them got Soul Shift, some of them got Flying and Vigilance. Starting with the 100 Talon Kami. Then I have the Tori Watchword. Kami of Ancient Law, which I could sacrifice. I can sacrifice that, destroy an enchantment, and get all that synergetic bonuses going on. Kabuto Moth. And Angelic Page, which this one is the 8th edition version. Lantern Kami and Kami of the Palace Fields, which has First Strike in addition to flying. So those are my creatures that I'm going with. I think I'm gonna pull out that cat person. I have a cat person, a cat warrior. I think that that gains +1/+1 every time. Yeah, it gets +1/+1 every time I get life or something. Now I gotta look that up again. I completely forgot about that. So enchantments, which is the crux of this deck because of Sithos, and having the Enchantress on top of that. I have Armadillo Cloak, this dual enchantment aura enchantment creature. Gets +2/+2 and trample, and whenever enchanted creature deals damage, you gain that much life. This one is a dual gold card. In terms of mana production, I have Overgrowth, Fertile Ground, and Wild Growth. So every time I tap a land for mana, I could get additional mana with these. Fertile Ground can let me get white if I want to. White mana. Uh, Two more enchant creatures. Enchantment for creatures. I got Frog Tongue, which allows me to block creatures with flying. I also get to draw a card with it, and it's only 1 green. It only needs 1 green to do that. And then there's Rancor, which is what I wanted to get in here, along with my my mono green deck. But Rancor, enchanted creature gets +2/+0, and when it's put to when Rancor gets put into graveyard, it goes right back to the hand. So I never lose this card unless it gets exiled, which is removed from play. Primal Rage, in which all creatures I control gain trample. For searching sorceries, I got Untamed Wilds and Rampant Growth. What they both do is they'll let me search for basic land, and I could put it into play. Directly into play with no problem. Protection from damage, I picked Fog and Respite. Where creatures deal no damage, combat damage, but Respite lets me gain 1 life for each attacking creature. And I have Naturalize, which destroys a target artifact or enchantment. Now, what I did with this deck was that I created counterpart pairing. What that means is that if two cards from 2 different colors could do the same exact thing, I picked both of those. So to give the perfect example, I picked Disenchant to go with Naturalize. Disenchant, while a white card, it destroys a target artifact. It destroys a target artifact just like Naturalize. So, I themed around those pairings. So just like with Frog Tongue and Rancor, I picked Vigilance and Lifelink, where I attach to a creature and they creature gains Lifelink and creature gains Vigilance. The first 3 enchantments here is whenever something happens, I gain life. This is the ones that help with the synergy. Contemplation, whenever you successfully cast a spell, you gain 1 life. Moonlit Wake, whenever a creature is put into a graveyard from play, you gain 1 life. Again, from play, no other condition. And Righteous Claws, whenever a creature attacks, you gain 1 life. So if I attack with multiple creatures, I can gain multiple life. And if they have lifelink, that piles up, and just the lifing just really ramps up. So here's a lifelink where I enchant the creature and it gains lifelink, and Vigilance where attacking doesn't cause it to tap the enchanted creature. Then I picked Knighthood to pair up with Primal Rage. Now, Primal Rage, like I said, says all creatures you control gain trample. Knighthood is all creatures you control gain first strike. So I could turn. So if I have both of those cards out, both creatures will become first strike tramplers. Now they have what is called board wipe, which is basically your Armageddons and your Wrath of Gods. Which I happen to have an Armageddon and a Wrath of God. It's like the mass destruction that clears out the whole board and everything. And for my protections, now the 2 protections that I showed you, Respite and Fog, I paired them up with Ethereal Haze and Holy Day, which prevents damage being taken that turn. Here's Disenchant, and here's Disenchant to complement Naturalize. So basically, the whole idea is that no matter what happens with whatever color, I'm getting similar or identical effects. So if I ever get screwed color wise, like let's say I get green but I'm not getting white, but I have Naturalize, I have Respite to protect myself with, and I have Spirit green creatures to work with. If I'm stuck with white, then I got white spirit creatures to work with, and I have cards like Ethereal Haze and Disenchant. So they're basically two sides of the same coin. They're 2 sides of the same coin, and they all work synergetically with with each other. As for the artifacts, I was able to. I wanted to put in Shuko, which is a 1 mana equip card to 1 mana drop. And the equip price is 0, and it gives you +1/+0. But I decided to back off, and I wanted to let these 2 complement the other enchant cards, the Frog Tongue, the Rancor, Vigilance, and Lifelink. And I chose Nodachi and Gorgon Flail. What Nojaji does is that when I pay the equip cost and equip to a creature, my creature gets +2/+0 in first strike. And Gorgon Flail, when I equip this to the creature, it gets +1/+1 in Death Touch. Again, these are keywords, so I'm playing with a lot of keywords here to help out. In terms of some extra damage going, I picked Coat of Arms since I'm playing with a lot of spirits, so the spirits will get pumped up for every other spirit, along with like the birds and any other attackers that I have. They'll get that nice little damage boost, that buff. I was able to squeeze in these two cards, which is pretty awesome because they both do the same exact thing, but from two different sources directions. Worm's Tooth and Angel's Feather. Worm's Tooth, whenever a player casts a green spell, you may gain 1 life. Angel's Feather, whenever a player casts a white spell, you may gain 1 life. So not only that, but it's a player. That's the key word there. So any player that plays any of these two colors, I will gain life in addition to myself. And if I happen to have Armadillo Cloak, I can really get a good ramp up on the spells. Like anybody, I'll be getting money off of life off of anybody's spells. It's kind of crazy. This was a tough one because I wanted to put in a semi tome to go with Jayamde Tome and Sensei's Divine Top for card drawing artifacts, but I couldn't fit them in because of these 4 cards that I have. These last 4 cards I'm going to show. So I have Sensei's Divining Top and Jayamde Tome. But I think that I'm a-okay in this regard with card drawing because I do have Sithis, who will help me draw a card every time I play an enchantment, and because I have plenty of enchantments to work with, I'm not exactly starving for card drawing capabilities, and she's never going to attack either when I bring her out of the commander zone. So these 4 cards is what makes this one particular card is what makes it very difficult. So these are artifacts that's producing mana. They call it mana rocks. Interesting enough, commander players call them mana rocks because they're artifacts like a rock kind of thing. They produce mana, generic mana. I have Ashnod's Altar, which again sacrifice a creature, and since I have plenty of creature sacrificing going on, there's a whole lot of synergetic, a lot of triggers for creatures that get sent to the graveyard. That's pretty crazy. So this was making things very difficult. Thran Dynamo, in which I get to add 3 colors mana to the mana pool, and it costs me only 4 to play. There's no drawback to this card. There's no drawback to it. Like it doesn't come into play tapped. I don't have to take damage. It just gives me 3 generic mana easy. And these 2, and then I got the Mind Stone here. Another one that a lot of people recommend to play as well. You get to add 1 color to your mana pool, but you can also sack it and draw 1 card. And I happen to find its big brother called Hedron Archive. It appears that I got this card. Must have got that when I bought the packs over the last weekend. It's called Hedron Archive. You add 2 generic mana, and if you sacrifice it after paying 2 mana, you get to draw 2 cards. So basically, it's Mind Stone big brother. And it was very difficult because I wanted Aseme Tome. Aseme Tome is exactly like Jayamde's Tome, only I get to draw 2 cards. I discard 1 and keep the other. And I wanted to have that for that good card drawing prowess, but I couldn't pass up having the archive because it's the same as Mind Stone. Only I get 2 card draws instead of 1, so I decided to go with that. And I went and I had to and I stepped back and I took a big thought about this because I was gonna throw Thran Dynamo out the window, and I was like, hold on a second, you know what? If I sacrifice Mind Stone and the archive, I'm only gonna be left with Ashnod's Altar, and if Ashnod's Altar gets destroyed, I won't have any other backup, any mana rocks backing me up if I need them. So I had to take that into account, and I backed off from putting Aseme's Tome. I didn't know what else I can chuck out and stick in there. So Basically, I reduced the number of the card draws to just Sensei's Divining Top and Giante's Tome, and increased the mana rocks to 4. So if I give up 2, so if I sack the Archive and I sack the Mind Stone to get card draws, I still have 2 mana rocks in Thran Dynamo and Ashnod's Altar to cover those 2 losses. So yeah, that's what the my Sithis Harvest Hand commander deck looks like. That's what I'm gonna go with, and then after I get some playthroughs, I can make adjustments from there. Here we go. So there you go, everybody. Sithis Harvest Hand. Sithis Harvest Hand. Well, I feel like I'm gonna be saying syphilis for some reason. I don't know why they gave it a name like that. It's just one list syllable away from being called syphilis. Let me put this. Where do I want to put this at? Put this over here. Yeah, room. There we go. Let's put this over here. All right. So today I'm going to upgrade Silvos. Let me just do this. There we go. So this is Silvos Rogue Elemental. Where is it at? Here it is. There we go. Bam. Alright. Here we are. There we are. Silvos Rogue Elemental deck. Mono green. I am not dismantling that. I actually like it. I really enjoyed it. I actually lasted a very long time with this deck, surprisingly enough. The first time I played it, which was my second ever match, second ever commander battle, and I finished third place. But there was, but the thing is that we were all of us were down to like 20 life, and it only took one whole swing, to end the game. And what happened was that I decided to attack my opponent, and I didn't pay attention to Coat of Arms. And he blocked. He did whatever he could to block my creatures, and then it led to a backlash that took me out, and residual damage, which took the other player out, and he took us out at the same time, because I didn't pay attention to Coat of Arms and realized that my beasts were pumped up. Oh. Excuse me. Oh man, emergency there. Alright. So one of the things that I was missing out on, that I felt a little saddened about when I was playing it, was that I didn't have Overrun, Rancor, and Shuko in there. You know what I'm saying? Because I thought those would have really done some wonders. So that's pretty much what I'm looking to do with this. I'm just gonna only put in those cards and along with Bone Splitter. So I have no idea how I'm gonna go about this because I think it's gonna be pretty obvious. I think it's gonna be pretty obvious how I'm gonna have to fit them in. So 38. I typed in plains. It's supposed to be forest. Excuse me a second. I don't know why I put plains on there. This is forests. There we go. Forest. My name's Forrest Gump. People call me Forrest Gump. Oh, hold on. Run, Forrest, run! I ran faster than I could ever ran before. There we go. Alright. Now it should say forest. It should not say plains. People probably be like, plains? You're playing a great deck. How you doing plains? I'm just playing crazy. Alright, so here's Silvos. Alright. So I'm fine with the creatures. Here's what I got for creatures here. I got Giant Warthog, Crows and Beast, Crows and Colossus, Crows and Cloud Scraper, Leery Fog Beast. Yeah, I'm playing a lot of beasts here. I love the beasts. Behemoth, Scavenger, Baloth, Hystrodon, Scragnoth, Crows and Forine, Berserk Murlodont. Don't! So those are my beasts. How many beasts do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I'm running 12 beasts. It was sufficient enough because they're very, very, very expensive. And I needed smaller creatures, to be able to get these guys out. Land rampers like, mana rampers like Werebear, Sky Shroud Ranger, which I'm gonna have to remove. Harvester Druid. This should really be in a sliver deck, or actually that should be in the Sithis deck. I think I made a big mistake on that one. Harvester Druid, querying elves. I think I might have too many of these land rampers, quite honestly. Sky Shroud Elf, Finhorn Elder, and Llanowar Elves. So I think I could cut those down. I probably might be able to cut those down. I got the flyer Emerald Dragonfly. I got Insects, which is my secondary group. Insects. Nantuko Elder, which gives me mana. Pincher Beetles, which can't be targeted by spells and abilities. Nantuko Disciple, which beefs up, gives a small giant growth to my creatures. Another flyer, Locust Swarm, which can regenerate. So it's a good blocker. Ant Queen, which lets me put out insect creatures, 1/1s. Deadly Insect, which also can't be targeted by spells and abilities like the Pincher. And what I always consider the Shivan Dragon of bugs, Killer Bees. Because if I ramp up 10 green mana, I could turn it into a 10/10 creature with flying. And I could smack people around for 10 damage. So, in terms of card searching, I got Commune with Nature, Far Wanderings, Piper's Melody. No, that's it. That's it for the land. I know I got something else here. Oh, yeah, here it is. Untamed Wilds, which lets me search. Kodama's Reach, again, lets me search for land. And Nature's Lore, which lets me search for land. I think that's all of them. Yeah, that's all of them. And then I got recovery cards. Piper's Melody, shuffle any number of target creature cards from your graveyard into your library. Nature's Spiral, which returns target permanent card from my hand, from my graveyard to my hand. And Revive, which target green card, return target green card from graveyard to the hand. So if ever I have creature, if I need stuff, I got them to retrieve. In terms of destruction, I have Naturalize and Wear Away. And Verdrigus. Let's see, Verdrigus. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah, and Verdrigus. So they let me destroy, artifacts and enchantments. I might drop Verdrigus because it only targets artifact exclusively. I'll have to see that. Then I have Refresh, which lets me regenerate target creature, but I get to draw a card. That's the key thing, is that I can draw a card in return for regeneration. Aggressive Urge, which is another instant. Target creature gets +1/+1, and I get to draw a card. Who else can let me draw a card? Provoke, untap target creature. That creature blocks if able. Draw a card. So, do I have another one that lets me draw a card? No. That's it with those types. Then I have Symbiosis, Kodama's Might. Giant Growth and Muscle Burst. They buff up my creatures. Symbiosis. Two target creatures get +2/+2. Kadama's Might. Target creature gets +2/+2. Giant Growth is +3/+3. And Muscle Burst is +3/+3. Wild Growth or Overgrowth lets me produce more mana when I tap for lands. I don't think I have the. No. Oh, interesting. I didn't put the other one in there. Oh well. Fertile Land is what I was thinking of. Instead, I have Living Lands, in which all forests I control become 1/1 creatures that are still land. Primal Rage, as usual, all creatures gain trample. Rowan, reveal the first card you draw each turn. Whenever you reveal a basic land card this way, I draw another card. That's actually a pretty awesome card. And I have Squirrel Nest, in which I enchant the land every time, and I can produce a 1/1 green squirrel token. Maybe that might not be necessary in the long run, but it just seems fun having squirrels, especially since I have the Coquisan Beast, which is a squirrel beast type. So if I have squirrel tokens out and coat of arms, then the squirrel beast gets the boost along with all the other squirrels. Artifacts, Emerald Medallion, which my green spells cost 1 generic mana less to play. Sensei's Divining Top, Jayamde's Tome, and a Messy Tome, which lets me draw cards. I have, for mana rocks, I got Mannequin, which lets me generate 1 mana. Grand Dynamo for 3, 1 Power Stone for 2, and Mind Stone for 1. I only have 1 Ashnod's Altar. That's why it was better off in the white green deck. I just realized that I'm showing you the cards and then oh, I am so sorry. You're like, I can't see the cards. You stink, man. Here's Coat of Arms for the beasts and the insects and possibly squirrels. And I picked Mirari, legendary artifact. What Mirari does is whenever you play an instant or sorcery spell, you may pay 3 mana, generic mana. If you do, put a copy of that spell onto the stack, and you may choose new targets. So if I play Giant Growth, I pay 3. I copy Giant Growth, and it gets going to the stack after immediately before anybody else gets to respond. If I'm reading that correctly, if I'm interpreting it correctly. So this is good if I want to really pull off some crazy punishing moves on my opponent there. So and what's good is that's instant or sorcery. So if I were to play, let's say, Overrun, I could pay 3 and add that to the whole thing and have 6/6 tramplers coming right at you. But now you see what I'm missing. I'm missing cards like Overrun and Rancor, and that's what I want to do. This is an update. This is to update what I currently have going here, and it's pretty obvious what a few cards. The few cards I can actually drop, and the few cards, and the cards that I could be able to keep. Let's see here. Let me just line this up for myself. Yeah. So I indeed will. Let's see here. Rowan is actually pretty good. Reveal the first card you draw each turn. Whenever you reveal a basic card. Land card this way I get to draw a card. So I think that's this is perfectly fine for my mono green because I need the speed, and it's not gonna matter because at this point when everybody sees that my commander is Silvos, they're already gonna have to tell that I'm playing beast monsters, and they're gonna be keeping an eye on me and my activity. They'll know that I'm gonna have something like Giant Growth and so on. So there's no reason for me to worry about the revealing of cards and everything. I'm definitely keeping Primal Rage. I'm gonna drop Living Lands. I'm gonna drop this one. I'm not gonna keep Living Lands. I'm keeping Squirrel Nest because it'll work with the Coquisan Beast. If I get the Coquisan Beast, it'll be cool. Wild Growth, Overgrowth. Obviously, they're gonna stick around. Let me just make some space here so you can see what I'm trying to do. Here's Overgrowth and Wild Growth. I might have to look for Fertile Lands. I think I should throw Fertile Lands, even if it's different mana. Muscle Burst, Giant Growth, Kodama's Might, and Symbiosis. Four beefy cards, 1 to 2 mana. I think it's pretty obvious that they should all stay in to help out the beasts. I think I'm gonna drop Provoke. I know it has a card draw ability, but you know what? I had no problem getting the tomes out, um, and get the card drawing going. And I'm sure I'll probably find better, better instants that can give me a card draw than Provoke. Um, I don't need to untap my opponent's creatures. I'm definitely gonna keep aggressive Urge because it's very simple. Again, it's hold on. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, I'll just line it up with these guys. So yeah, I guess in a sense I have 5 pumps, and even though it's +1/+1, even though it's +1/+1, it does let me draw a card, and that's a big deal. Anytime I could draw a card quickly is a good thing. Refresh, I only got it for the card draw, but I don't think I need to worry about regeneration. Um, Wear Away and Naturalize most definitely is going to stay. They're most definitely going to stay in the deck, but I'm gonna drop for Digris because it's only specifically targeting an artifact, as opposed to these two where I could get artifact and enchantment. Piper's Melody, Nature's Spiral, and Revive. They're only 1 and 2 mana respectively, and they let me bring cards back from the grave. So that's not something to pass up on. Here is Nature's Lore, Kadama's Reach, Untamed Wilds, and Far Wanderings. I think I'm going to move out. I think I'm gonna move out Kadama's Reach and put it and find a way to fit it into my. Actually, it'll be easy for me to put that because I can into my Sithis deck. I think Kadama's Reach is much better for that than here because I do need to get white plains as well as green, and it could pick up both. So I think I'm going to put that into my Sithis deck instead. Untamed Wilds, Nature's Lore, and Far Wanderings. They're 3 cards that let me search for. It's obvious, and I don't think I need that many to do that. I think the 3 of them are fine. And since Far Wanderings is good because it's got Threshold, and since I don't have a lot of graveyard manipulation like I do with the Sithis, Far Wanderings will be better functional with my mono green, so I can get 3 lands out. I could get 3 lands out very quickly with Far Wanderings, and it'll help really speed up, given that the beasts are coming in with a lot of mana cost. Commune with Nature. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom of your library. This is not a bad drawback because they're not getting discarded. They're just going to the bottom of the library. So it'll stink if I don't have a creature card to put into my hand. But for 1 mana to be able to do a search like that is very helpful. And what will be good, and the benefit of that is that it puts the cards to the bottom of the deck, which means that it's going to push the deck up and get me closer to any cards that I need further down. That would be 6 turns down. Basically, I'm moving 5 turns. I'm pushing 5 turns forward. Like I'm skipping 5 turns in terms of card drawing, and that's a pretty good a good deal for 1 mana. And in context of Commander, with the way it's designed, it is I would highly recommend. I tried to fit Commune with Spirits into my white green, but I'm not sure what I gotta do, what I gotta chuck out for that. But for mono green, for this deck here, yeah, it's most definitely. I'm keeping my insects for the most part. I'm pretty much gonna be keeping most of my creatures here. I think I'm going to draw Harvester Druid. Add to your mana pool 1 mana of any color that land you could produce. I think I should put that in my Sithis deck only because I could get white and green out of this. Or what I could do is save that for my Sliver deck. That's gonna be safe for my Sliver deck. I'm gonna save that for my Sliver deck because I'm gonna need all the ability to get different colors going. Let's see here. I'm keeping the Llanowar Elves, the Finhorn Elder. Sky Shroud Elf. I don't have white. This would I don't know. I mean, I've been debating whether to. No, this is yeah. I don't really need that. Let's see. Llanowar Elves, Findhorn Elder, Sky Shroud Ranger is going bye bye also. So I think this is good enough. Llanowar Elves, Findhorn Elder, Quirion Elves, and Werebear. Why do I need Quirion Elves? Add 1 mana of the chosen color to your mana pool. Hmm. I guess I can I'll do fine with 3 because I do have Untamed Wilds. Said I do have the enchant land cards that'll help me boost up for more mana. So Werebear gives me 1 mana to the mana pool, and if it gets threshold, it becomes a 3/3. Findhorn Elder gives me 2 to the mana pool. Llanowar Elves gives me 1 green to the mana pool. I think that'll good. And I also have Nantuko Elder. And keep in mind that I do have Nantuko Elder, which gives me 1 generic mana, 1 green on a simple tap. So I do have 4 creatures that can produce mana, and I think that's good enough. And I'm fine with my beasts. I love my beasts. The beasts are good. The beasts are lovely. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So I need 4 more creatures. So I'm gonna need 4 creatures. I don't know how many what the hard what the count is. I mean, you can put in as many creatures you want, but I think I could find better creatures than this. So yeah, the creatures. So those are my creatures. I'm removing Kadama's Reach also because that's going into. I'm gonna put that into my Sithis deck, which I'm gonna put right on top of here so I don't forget. That's where it's going. All right, so let's see what we're gonna drop, what we're gonna replace these guys with, and so one of the ways that I was able to really get these up get Sithis updated was that I had to line them up based on the terminologies of like land ramp and sweep and all that kind of stuff. I had to base it on that, which made it very easy for me to know which cards to put in and what cards to take out. So let's see here. What's land ramp? All right, let's lay out what a land ramp is. So let's see. I got the searchers here. These guys are miscellaneous. No, Rowan is a searcher. Well, no, it's a card drawer. So the card drawer is separate from searching. So here's the search. All right, those are guys that search. This one really just is a card draw. I mean, you're looking at the top cards. It's not really a full-on search in that context. Here is recovery. These are the recovery cards. Here we go. And here's the other recovery. So we got 3 recoveries. Here is more. Here's the mana ramping. I got. Let's see here. I'll put that under there with those because they involve mana. Getting mana. Okay. Here is destruction. These 2 are destruction, and these guys here are buffs. So I got 5 buffs. And they're very cheap. They're 1 to 2 mana, so I don't see any reason to throw out all 5 of them, given the nature of the power I'm trying to deliver with this Sylvos deck. So let me put this here. Okay, and push this here, and we're gonna push this here. All right, so there we go. All right. This is miscellaneous. So. Oh, I could push this a little more forward. Sorry. Let's put this a little bit more forward here. All right. I think that's good enough. Let's see here. All right, these 2 lets me. Yeah, see, they let me reveal cards. So these are deck revealers. These 2 let me reveal the decks. These are miscellaneous enchantments. So all right. Here's another land ramper, a mana ramp. All right, that's mana ramping, and here are and these 4 are also the rampers right here. I think I've ran out of space. That's all right. You know what? I'll pile them up like this. So you can get an idea of hopefully, yeah, the size. Yeah, you can see the pile size. Perfect. All right. This is another buff. So I'll put this with the buffers, which is here. Here's the buffers. That's a buffer. This is another trick card. I'll call them trick cards. And here are my card drawings. These ones let me draw cards. There we go. All right. And amongst the creatures, let's see here. Let's see here. Let me just see here. Natoko Disciple is a buff. Put that there. Okay, here's a ramper. Another, here's 3 more mana rampers right there. Okay. Whenever a beast becomes blocked, it gets +1/+1. That's a buff. That's a buff. Provoke. That's tactical. Whenever Histrodon deals combat damage to the player, draw a card. That goes here with the card draws. Let's see here. Beginning. This sacrifice Inured Scavenger unless you put a card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. That should really be to the bottom. But this is a recovery card, more or less, because that's what the upkeep is. Let's see. This is Shrunk. Prevent all damage. Just straightforward. Straightforward power here. There we go. Here we go. These are not utilities. They just have tactical stuff going on there. So there we go. All right. So I don't have anything that sweeps. I didn't put Tranquility in there. That destroys all enchantments. So I guess in terms of how would I want to go about this? Because the question is, what do I want to get in here? So let me start with the fact that I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sleeves available. So I got 9 slots. So let me first start off with what I've been wanting to put in here from the get-go. Shuko. Let's see, Shuko. Where's the Bone Splitter? Bone Splitter. Okay. And where are the enchantment? Here we go. Enchantments. Where's the Rancor? Let's get the Rancor out. Let's see. Oaken Form. Squirrel Nest. Primal Rage. Nature's Will. Frog Tongue. Broken Fall. Call the Wild. Here we are. Rancor. Here we go. Rancor. I'm probably gonna have Frog Tongue, put Frog Tongue on standby, out of consideration, just like I did with White Green, because this is a reach ability, but also got a card draw, and that's a big deal. And where's the sorceries at? And put in Overrun. All right, Overrun. Okay, Overrun. I got Tranquilities here. Come on. Here we go. Overrun. There we go. Use the first what is it? Tempest. Was it Weatherlight? No, Tempest. What? Anyway, the Odyssey. The Weatherlight block. All right. So I'm looking at this is gonna put on standby. Let me just first fill in these 4. All right. Bone Splitter, Shuko, so I could get quick damage. They're all gonna give me damage. Going. So they're all buffs. Okay. And Overrun. There we go. So There we are. And they all go under buffs here, because that's their job. Their job is to buff. Alright. Okay. Oh, so I got 5 more slots left. So I think I'm gonna put in the frog tongue, so I can have reach, and I could draw a card. So even though this is dual, I'm gonna put this under the card drawing group. All right, so that leaves me with 4, and that's because I cut down the number of creatures. I cut down my number of creatures exponentially. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I cut down to 4. Cut down 4 creatures. Alright, so actually I want to put that to the side also for the sliver deck. Alright, so let's put them here. Alright, so what kind of creatures do I want to work with? Well, let's see here. The question is, how many creatures did I have? I had, what, 28? 28, right? Well, I'm looking at 4 creatures. So, what kind of creatures am I going to work with? Is there anybody that can deal with lands? Not lands. It's a very tough. This is a very tough one here. Let's see here. Alright. Let's see. Giant Mantis. Twig Walker. Target creature gets +2/+2. Nantuko Vigilante. If I pay the morph ability and turn it face up, destroys target artifact or enchantment. Interesting. Can't be the target of spells or abilities. Flying. Quarry Beetle. When Quarry Beetle enters play, you may return target land card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's an interesting insect. I don't know if I'll have that kind of problem with land. Crackling. Crackling comes into play with X +1/+1 counters on it, and it regenerates. And it's a beast. Do I really want to continue with the beasts? I think I should go for something completely different, right? Right. I should go for something completely different. Let me round up the creature types then. Oh my gosh. You stink, man. You stink. How do you let this happen? You don't know how to run a show. So, let's see here. I'm messing with elves and druids. Elves and druids. I might drop mannequin. I don't see any reason why I should keep mannequin at this point. Yeah, I think I might drop mannequin. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Let's see here. Let's see. I got beast. Here we go. Some more beasts. Nope, these are instants. Let's see. What about over here? Do I have any beasts here? Yeah. Here's a beast. Here's an insect druid. Insects. Yeah, the druids are gonna the creatures that have the druid type is gonna really benefit from coat of arms, because I have a bear druid, an insect druid, and a human druid. So even if all 3 of them are out, they get the druid, and that gives them the +2/+2 boost. Let's see here. Beast. Alright. Insect. What do I have here? Beast. And what about over here? Just enchantments. Okay, same over here, just enchantments. So I think I got all of them out, right? Yeah. Oh, no. Yeah, I got them out. Alright, I got them all out. So, let's see, there should be all of them. And, let's see, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Perfect. So I want 27 creatures total. Now, I'm not going to bother with the beasts. I have plenty enough beasts as it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 beasts is fine, given their costs. So we'll set that there. So if I want to fill in 4, I have plenty of choices. I could go. I have elves. Where are the other elves? No. Oh, that's it. Oh, then let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, okay. Well, I should focus on elves. Let me focus on elves then. Because I'm not gonna take any more insects. I have 8 insects, and that's actually sufficient itself. So since I'm messing around with it's too bad. Rock's Oracle. It's pretty expensive. When it enters the battlefield, I draw a card, which is not bad. It's a 5 mana cost, and it's a 4/2 Rhino. Unfortunately, I don't my other rhinos here, which is funny because I pulled out all the rhinos. Charging Rhino, Crash of Rhino, Stampino Rhino. They're actually pretty good, but they're also pretty expensive, and I already have the expenses used in that regard. But you know what I'm not using? Sakura Elder Tribe. I don't have that in there. In fact, I have snakes now because I had purchased packs. You know, my first packs in 13 years. So I did end up getting some snakes. Maybe maybe I don't have to go all elf. I could switch it up with snakes. I have been wanting to play the snakes. In fact, I happen to have snakes over here in the form of legendaries. And they don't have to necessarily sit out. Let's see here. Let's see here. Nope. Here we go. His name's Snakes. Snakes. I don't know anybody named Snakes. I don't know no snakes. Gotta love that Home Alone. Yeah, Sochi and Sachi, daughter of Senshiro and son of Seshiro. They're legendary creatures. And here's how this works. Sachi's out. Other snakes you control get +0/+1. Shamans you control have add 2 to your mana pool. Sosuke, son of Seshiro. Other snakes you control get +1/+0. Whenever a warrior you control deals combat damage to a creature, destroy that creature at end of combat. I believe that's Death Touch. Yeah, I don't see why not. The question is, do I want to balance it out? Because that means I could throw in Sakura Tribe Elder, which is a shaman. And the shaman will get to, which means that Sakura Tribe Elder can pump up. So I can still keep the elves, but maybe what I could do is maybe I could drop a couple of insects, not all of them, but you know, maybe bring them down a little bit and put in some snakes. Put in these snakes, guys. Why is this out here? Why are you out here? I don't know. Come over here, you. Ooh. Here we go. Get in here. No. You wanna play? No, you can't. There we go. Let's see here. Alright, so you know what? That's a great idea. Let me parse this down a little bit. because I could keep those 3 elves because they do the they do the mana thing. But let me see here. What do I got for? Like maybe I could draw. Let's see here. What I got here? I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I'm playing 8, right? Maybe drop down to 6. Yeah, you know what? 6 insects. If I go 6 insects, question is, you know what? Deadly insects is extremely expensive. Even though it can't be the target of spells and abilities, maybe I should drop those two. The deadly insect and the pincher beetle, and keep the Nantukos. The 2 Nantukos that I have, the Nantuko Disciple and Elder, because they tap. And keep my flyers, and keep my 3 flyers, of course, and the Ant Queen, which gives me insect creatures. So I think maybe playing 6 of these and 6 snakes might do it. Yeah. Yeah. And then stick to 3 elves. And I'll stick to the 3 elves. Well, not the elves, but stick to Werebear, Finhorn Elder, and Llanowar Elf because they produce mana. They produce my mana. Okay. And then let me see what kind of snakes I got. Get these motherfucking snakes out of my marine deck. That was a pretty good Samuel L. Jackson impression. be like, get these get these Mr. Falcon. How is it? Yippee-ki-yay, Mr. Falcon on TNT. So get these Mr. Falcon snakes off this Mr. Falcon plane. Let's see. All right, let's find the snakes here. Let's find the snakes. Snake, 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 snake. Snake, 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 snake. Snake, 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 snake. Professor Snake. Mr. Pata. There we go. Let's see. And the crazy thing is that I haven't even gotten to those cards yet. I think those cards are going to be fine. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine. Yeah, they'll be fine. Of course they'll be fine. 3 days later. It's not fun. I'm losing. I'm losing. How am I losing? Help me, people. I'm so lonely. Let's see. Can't find the snakes. I cannot find the other snakes. I know I have a lot of snakes. It's probably all the way at the bottom. I don't know. Why am I putting this here? I got 3 of these. I just need 3 more snakes. Crasheranos. Let's see. Crashing boars. I'm sure, and I know this, and I know since for the past 13 years, there's some green creatures that can tap for mana very easily. So, you know, once I figure out who they are, I can replace, you know, a few of the, you know, the elves that I got with, you know, something better. I don't know. Well, I'm fine, because I got 4 creatures that could tap for mana. Anyway, I'm overthinking it. I need to stop overthinking it. Runeclaw Bear. Oh yeah, Striped Bears, which draws a card when they come into play. 4 mana, a 4 mana drop. Maybe I should play the bears. I got all these grizzly bears. Let's see, Crows and Beast, Enormous Baloth. Where are the snakes? Wow, so they're probably in here. Nantuko Mentor. probably didn't finish going through all this. I just probably put it to the side and be like, eh. Yeah, here are the snakes. Let's see here. Let's see, we got the saber-toothed cobra, which gives poison counters. Riverbow with Island Walk, Anaconda with Swamp Walk, Cruiser Constrictor with Swamp Walk, Marsh Viper, which gives poison counters. 2 poison counters. Oh, wow. And Saber-Tooth Cobra gives a second counter on the next upkeep. Interesting. They get 10 poison counters, they lose. Here we are. Kashi Tribe Warriors. When Kashi Tribe Warriors deal combat damage to a creature. You know what? Let me just move the snakes. Let me just get all the snakes out and then we'll read through them. Interesting. Sidewinder Naga is a Naga warrior. It's not even a snake. Wonder why that is. Should have been a snake type. All right, here are our snakes. Why is this over here? The Sylvan Hierophant? Oh, wait, I have 2 Sylvan Hierophants? Really? I have 2 of these? No, I don't. What? Right. I chose not to put the Sylvan Hierophant. I'm losing my mind. My mind. Help me, please. I'm lonely. I know it's gonna be a running gag, right? And y'all gonna be like, "Stop saying it! You're cringing." Is that how you kids say it these days? Cringe. Your kids don't understand anything. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, Sakura Tribe Elder, Sakura Tribe Elder, Sachi and Sosuke. Let me see these guys here because they got a snake warrior. Whenever Kashi Tribe Warriors deals combat damage to a creature, tap that creature and it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Interesting, but too expensive. I'm already the twins are the twin snakes here. Already clocking in at 4, so I need a little bit more cheaper. Let's see here. Matsu Tribe Decoy. Tap for 3. Target creature blocks Matsu Tribe Decoy this turn if able. Whenever Matsu Tribe Decoy deals combat damage, tap that creature and it doesn't untap during its controller's untap. That's very interesting. Kashi Tribe Reaver. Whenever Kashi Tribe... Oh, so all of these Kashis, they cause creatures to not untap on the next untap step. Regenerate Kashi Tribe Reaver. That's interesting. And I have the River Bow and the Bow Constrictor here. So I guess then I should keep those, because they work with the twins. But they're pretty high costing. But then again, so are the insects. So I guess I could go that direction. Oh, don't fall over. I mean, sure, I could go all elves and. Well, it is true. I could go all elves. All out on the elves. I don't think the elves are very very. Oh, I have some more creatures here. Hold on a second. What are you guys doing over here? Let me push this over. Okay. Hold on a second. I have more. Do I have any snakes? Antelope. Crows and Archer. Human Scout. Elemental. Behemoth. Tree Folk. Elephants. Worms. worms. Stalking tiger. Sky shroud troll. Atabi fairy. Oh, yeah, I got the emerald. Prized unicorn. All creatures able to block do so. Oh, Fintorn elder. Did I not have that in there already? Pincer spider. I'm not interested in spiders. Spider. Gorilla, spider, meerkat. Oh, Nitsuku elder. Oh, here we are. Orochi sustainer. Hey, that's right. I took the Orochi sustainer out. Well, now that I'm playing a snake, I could put the Orochi sustainer back. Well, look how well the world works out. Look at how well the world works out. Okay, let's see here. And this one is a snake shaman. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got the elder, right? Yeah. And I have the Fintorn elder, right? Let me just come over here. Right? Yeah. I did put the Fintorn elder there. There we go. All right. Okay. So let me put the insects over here. 6 insects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's fine. And all right. So we could put the elder back over here. That's fine. Okay, so what do I have here? Oh, we could put this other elder too. Get these old people away from me. Let's see here. First of all, let me get the twins in here, Sasuke and Sachi. Just like that. Okay, so that's those two. Let me get Orochi's sustainer. It's pretty okay, I see why she's a one why she's got 2 mana. She's a 1 forest, 1 generic. She taps 1 for the mana pool, but she has 2 toughness instead of 1 toughness. Okay. Sakura Tribe Elder, of course, to search for land and get it out there. So who do I want to play here? I think I should go with, well, I could play target creature. Well, do I want to play the decoy? I think I should play more stronger creature. Yeah, this one's a 2/4. Yeah, I should go with the Tribe Reaver here. Oh, okay. Wait. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Oh, wow. That was weird. So then I'll throw the decoy in because it's cheaper. Because I already have the expensive one. So I got Sachi and Sosuke. Okay. Snake Shaman, Snake Warrior. Shamans you control get +2 to the man pool, and that would be Sakura Tribe Elder and Orochi Sustainer. They're both Snake Shamans. And Kashi Tribe Reaver and Matsu Tribe Decoy are Snake Warriors, and Sosuke is a Snake Warrior. And the warrior, whenever a warrior you control deals combat damage to the creature, destroy that creature at end of turn. I believe that's called Death Touch, and they get the +1/+0 boost. And the shamans get the +1. Well, all the snakes will get +1/+0. And the point is that it worked out. And what'll be great is Coat of Arms. Coat of Arms will, since all 6 are snake types, if all 6 are out there, they get +5/+5. And also because there are 3 warriors and 3 shaman, that's an additional +2/+2. So they get +7/+7 boost if I have all the snakes out. If I have all the snakes out. So there we go. All right. Well, that worked out great in terms of snakes. So now I have 6 snakes, 6 insects, 12 beasts, and 3 elves, and of course the elemental legend. So there's all the creatures. All right, we got the creatures done. Okay. So I wish I had brought the big tube. Hold on a second. I'll be back in 1 second. Oh my gosh, there's nobody there. Who's talking? Who's running the show? Here we are. Alright, so let me put these creatures away. Because like I said, I'm fine. 12 beasts is great. I like that I got 12 beasts in there. Because I really want to be, powerful. Yeah, in terms of synergy, I'm not sure where I could get the synergy at for the time being. So that's something that's gonna need to be worked on with Silvos, is to find that good solid synergetic combination that'll allow them to operate. So at breakneck speed. So I think right now the upgrade is fine. Airplane. Such a good movie. Such a fun movie. Let me see here. I don't want to block myself. Yeah, let me just push this over here like so. There we go. Alright, so let me move the creatures out. Let me get the creatures cleared out. Now that they've been settled. Okay. Let's see here. What am I gonna look for? Let me get into chant here. There was let me find that one land card. Enchant land. Nature's Will. No. Wild group. Here it is. Fertile ground. I think maybe I should go with 3 enchant lands here. Where's my enchant lands at? This which was the ramp? Was this the ramp? No, that's the destruction. These are fine. I'm not gonna mess with these. I'm not gonna like add tranquility or any of that. Those 2 are actually perfectly fine. Was it here? No, this is this is the buffs. How many buffs do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I have 10 buffs. That's I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that for now. I'm sure they'll probably I'm sure I'll find a combo where the buffs can really ramp up. You know, similar to like the Enchantress in this deck, my Sithis deck. Here the card drawers are fine. They're fine. Where is the definitely want these little tactical stuff. Mirari, Squirrel Nest, Primal Rage, because I have the Crows and Restorer. And if I get Coat of Arms out early, then it's going to be a frightening thing. The recovery cards, Piper's Melody, Revive, Nature's Spiral, definitely keeping those. So it was here. Oh, it was here all this time. Here we go. So I got Wild Growth and Overgrowth. I'm keeping Far Wanderings, Untamed Wilds, and Nature's Lore because they let me search, which is good. So I said I wanted to get rid of Mannequin, and I think I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna keep 1 Power Stone, Mind Stone, and Thran Dynamo. They're awesome cards. They're pretty awesome. And I gotta keep the Emerald Medallion because it helps reduce the cost. So I don't really need the Mannequin in that regard because it's mono green, and so I do want the Fertile Ground. It's a little weird because Enchanted Land is tap for 1 color of any color to the mana pool, and this is mono green. But it's the fact that I increase my chances of drawing one of these 3 cards out: Overgrowth, Wild Growth, and Fertile Ground, to be able to get that mana boost. And the logistics also is that Fertile Ground only costs 2 mana, 1 green, one generic. That's nothing to really sneeze at. That's a good quick drop if necessary. I like Commune with Nature and Rowan to be able to look at the top cards in my deck and be able to get more, get cards or draw cards with very little drawback, and really push down on the number of turns is a pretty good thing. So there we go. All right. So let's see here. So we're about to go into the break. That's my deck. That's my Silvos deck. All right, and I just have to make that one change here with Sithis, but that's perfectly fine. Here we go. Let me see here, and let me get these out. So we're going into the break, and we're going to jump into um, Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Here we go. Let me just put them on display here. All right. So, for those of you on YouTube who saw this whole section here, don't hesitate to comment on what you think of the decks. If you have any ideas of what I could use to improve on them, we're talking 13 years of cards that I know nothing about. Put them in the comments below, and like and subscribe and all that stuff. So, I'll see you all in 5 minutes for Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Hey, welcome back, everybody. Here with Zelda. Zelda. When will it end? Of the kingdom. Or Tears of the When will it end? Part 20. Part 20. Would you believe it? This is part 20. I pulled out for today's amiibo Bowser's Minions. So gotta get some more food supplies to build more food because we need food at some point. Let's continue. This is where I last left off. Fair and Grassland Depths. We're gonna find out who lives in this temple. My brain lives in this temple. Let's get a look at the logs, venture logs. So this is where I'm at. Where's the? Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, I could have done this. I was doing all that ridiculous scrolling for nothing. All right. So let's do a count. There's 23 main quests to complete the game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. 20. So there's 3 more main quests that need to be unlocked, and these are like the final 7 for the final 7. Guidance from Mage's Path needs to be completed, which is what I'm working on right now. When you placed the relic on a pedestal in the underground chamber, a path opened into the depths. The mysterious voice spoke again, saying, "You must hurry. We must meet as soon as possible." When you arrived in a vast space within the depths, the relic began to emit another beam again to guide you toward the ruins. So, that's where we're at. And let's go. Look at it, this viewfinder. Using that little viewfinder there. Construct Factory. Far in Grassland's Depths. Alright. And away we go. Oh, well. Oh, I see. No, I got it. It revealed everything, but it wants its brain back. Let's see, I believe I gotta fit it this way. Yeah. It's like, I want my face! I want my face! Ah, thank goodness. Oh no, I just caught on. I gotta fill in these 4 blanks. Don't tell me it's padding.
Link, Zelda's chosen protector. My name is Minoru. I am the Sage of Spirit.
See? Told you. Oh.
I am happy you have arrived. At last we can speak with each other. Unfortunately, I no longer have a body.
Only this weird flat thing.
Form. We cannot yet speak face to face. But, do you see the 4 storehouses in the area? I would ask you to visit each of them and assemble a body for me.
It's a weird science thing.
This is my request to you, Link. Loyal swordsman to Zelda.
That's too much of a request. This is a Wendy's. What are they saying? Let me see what the adventure log says. Build a body. Oh, snap, man. Takes 2 of those out. Left leg depot. Alright, we're in left leg depot. Let me guess, I gotta build some crazy contraption. Just like in the shrines. I knew it. Just look at this, man. It's clear. What is this here? Nintendo, you ask for too much. There we go. There we go. Alright. And we'll stick that in here. Like so. And bam. Oh, that's all it does? Well, I feel sheepish. Get it all the way up. Let me guess. I gotta rocket this up here. Sticking up its own hubichu. Well, that worked. Let's see here. Alright, let's try this again. Wait, where's the rocket? Where's the rocket's red glare? When will I have the bombs bursting in air? So I can give proof through the night. I can't finish the sentence. I don't know what more I could go. Dang it, just give me something. Here we go. No, scroll down. Scroll down. There we are. All right. Yes. Ugh. Big Wheel, a Zonite-powered device that wants to move. Its big, mean wheel that excels at tearing through environments that may challenge smaller wheels. It can handle shallow water. Construct Head, a Zonite device that always faces whatever it deems an enemy. Attach a combat Zonite device to the head of a homing attacks. Small Wheel, a powered Zonite device that spins quickly and is best suited for flat surfaces. It doesn't handle hills or even bumps very well. Steering Stick, a Zonite device that can control direction when attached to a conveyance. It'll activate all connected Zonite devices at once. Rocket, a Zonite device that produces powerful thrust. It packs a punch but burns out quickly. There we go. Where's the rocket? Wait, there we go. You better fly in there. Good. I don't need no stinking contraption. I can spelunk. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Oh, there it goes. Alright. Okay. Is this walkable? Yes, it is walkable. Okay. Ow. Get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Hey. There we go. Alright. Get in there. Get in there. Ah. Waste of time.
Bring the other three here as well, Link.
This is all a waste of time. This could have been a temple. Like a full-blown temple challenge here. There we go. There we go. Oh, that's cool. They reacted to that. Oh, wow. Wonder what's that down there. Well, looks like I have no choice, but let me see here if I can. No? Is there... Oh, I thought I was falling. What did I land on? Oh. Oh. Hold them pose. But where's the... Great. I saw it and now I can't find it. Alright, let's see what this will do. Oh, got it. Okay. Let's swim through the concrete. Wow. Wait, where am I? Wow. Wow. All right. Let's come back to here. Because clearly I went far away. Hook shot. Give me the hook shot. Alright, let's try this again. Let's see. There's one over there. What the? Is that a dragon? Oh, that's awesome. There's dragon down here. Oh, cool. Speaking of cool, here's the other one. Nah, trees. They're gonna attack us. Left arm depot. Alright. Let's see. Oh, okay. Thank you. Oh. Oh, right. Alright, they close all this off. I keep thinking something cool. No? Alright, that's not working. Nope, that's not working either. Oh, hold on. No, no, no. I had it right. Ah, crap. Alright, let me do this. Damn. Ew. Oh boy. Huh. Let's try it this way. That didn't work. Alright. I think I lost the wheels. No, did I lose the wheels? No. Okay, now. I need this. Come on. Oh. Alright. Okay, then. Dang it. Put it in the center. Yeah, it's right there. Let me see if this works. Come on, come on. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I didn't need the third wheel. I gotta say, this is very embarrassing for the Sage of Spirit, knowing that all these parts of the body is doing all of this. You know, is being subjected to this. Alright, let's pull this back. No. Is it no way. I mean, I gotta... Well, I gotta do 4 wheels here? Great. I got to go back and get the other wheel. This is really not necessary. Seriously, this is all unnecessary. Just give me a regular classic Zelda dungeon. Wow, really? Come on. Oh, did it get pushed back? I just saw something push it back. There we go. There we go. This over. And move this over. Okay. Now, do this. All right. There we are. Now, drop that there. Yeah, okay, I got it. It's not gonna work. No, it needs to be like this. Chip. Yeah, it's supposed to be like, it's gotta be like that. Oh, it's not gonna fit like that? What about this way? I mean, I know I could, I'm sure I could climb this, right? Yeah, it's climbable. Wait, is it gonna go up and over this stuff? No, right? My brain's losing its mind. I have no idea what's going on here. Call it. No, it's not gripping the wall, that's for sure. This is annoying. It's not gonna fit in there. Oh, is this climbable? It's a freaking ladder. I don't believe this. Oh, Oh man, if there's something in here, I'll be so mad. Aside from Puff Shroom. I mean, something like... Oh, there's a treasure chest here. Oh, okay. Oh, I got 5 steering sticks. So... Let me see, what's up here? Is there anything up here that can help me? Grandpo, a glowing spirit orb found all over the depths. Offer these to a bargainer statue for rewards. They seem to possess vast power. Alright, so this will help me get to the other side. So, get back to over there. So, am I supposed to do something over here? Alright, so I'm supposed to... Got it. So somehow I gotta get this thing over here. This is ridiculous. So I was never gonna be able to get it like that. Alright. Alright. Let's see. Okay. Wow. Let me try something. I hope I have enough reach. Ah, I got it. There. Oh my gosh, this is tedious. Where am I at? Oh. Am I out yet? No, huh? I'm sorry if I'm not speaking enough, everybody. I mean, look what I'm dealing with here. Look what I'm dealing with here. This is just insane. You know, I'm going through all this for nothing. And the problem, and the game's not really the problem in and of itself. It's this crafting business. I don't understand why Nintendo chose this. I mean, look at this. By now, it should have already been done with this whole entire mission. Instead, I gotta keep on doing this. Dang it. There we go. Alright, let's see if this works. Oh. Oh, I could walk on this. I'm fine. Oh, this is so doom. This is very doom. Freaking making Samus Aran over here. And then I made a puzzle out of this, which is so ridiculous.
And that's another part. 2 left.
They're like, oh, what's all this here? Oh, look, over there. Alright, there we go. Alright, and teleport and jump. Swim, swim, swim. We got the right arm. Right arm D-pot. Quick, grab it before the door closes. No, don't just... Oh, I see. there another one around here? Up, 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 up. Alright, there's a way out. Got it. Oh, I need a bow. What's this? Royal Guard's bow, wow. Oh, there's a whole bunch of these wheels here. And here's that dragon again. Okay, so I gotta ride this out, huh? Oh, this thing's electrically charged. Got it. Let me see here. All right. Okay. I thought there was something special to this. The answer is no. Hey, everybody's getting a free ride. Stop getting a free ride. I get free rides. Oh. All right. I think I see now what I'm supposed to do. Oh. Alright, get, yeah. Alright. Are we having fun? I'm only having fun when I'm not doing things like this. This is the unfun part. The fun part is when I get to fight baddies, or I hop on Zelda's back. And This is bad. Dang it. Just break already. Break. 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 Dang it. Dang, that was annoying. There we go. Whew.
One more left, Link. The body for my spirit is nearly complete.
Dang it, can you just do like the force and pop up before me? Do you need all of this? All this Full Metal Alchemist stuff? Yeah, there it is. This was the one that I was going for, but I don't know what the heck happened. Like, I lost the complete track. Alright, let's see. Are you serious? Where in the world did I end up going? Yeah, see, there it goes. Dang, I'm just using up all these arrows, man. Huh. Wow, that's a long chasm. It looks close, but it's not even close. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's really that. Oh. Alright, there we go. Got something to work with here. Hold on. The flag. This flag is what's. The flag is what marks this. Hold on. Oh. Oh. Look how far that is. That's annoying. Those flags were up all this time and I didn't see it pop. Oh, jeez. Great. That's annoying that I didn't see that flag on the map. Well, the compass. All right. No? No. Alright then. Let me get up here. There we go. Nope. There we go. Let's resume. Yeah, make with the Tom Cruise here. Are those bones? What are these? Huh. Wait, am I above or below? Oh. Oh, wait, is the flag telling me... Ah. Hold on. Let me see. That's probably what the flag means, that's the way out. Dang it. Jeez. Go back to here. This spot is annoying. Hmm. Alright. Let's try this again. Maybe I'm not doing this right. Here. Oh, hey, here we go. Large Poe, a glowing spirit orb, found all over the depths. Offer these to a bargainer statue for rewards. They seem to possess great power. Alright, there it is. What am I doing wrong? Dang it. There it is. How do I get there? I mean, I followed the route, but there's like a freaking chasm. Maybe I could fly. Let me see if I can fly across. Let's see, how much higher can I go? What's going on over here? Ah, bang it. Welcome to the construction factory. I cannot remember how long it has been since I welcomed any visitors. Yes, parts delivered here from the depots are assembled into craft their constructs. The finished products produced here are shipped to Dragonhead Island. My task here is to confirm receipt of the parts shipped from the depots. I then oversee the task of ensuring they are correctly assembled. Currently, all work processes have been suspended as have my duties. The issue seems to be that no parts are being sent from the depots. I am on standby here to take receipt of them in the event that shipping resumes. Huh. Look at that. It shows it right there. Oh! Mighty Zoinite Shield. A shield used by Zonite and made of Zoinite. It is very durable and draws on its stored enemy energy to more efficiently use an attached sonai device. Wow, this is a tough one because everything I got here is 65. Eh. I gotta do the amiibo. There we go. Where is it at? Let's see. I believe I'm on the roof. Where is it at? Oh, there it is. Hold it. There we go. See what I'm doing here. Alright, looks like I'm at the top. Can I go further up or no? No? No. Alright. Well, is it possible? The answer is yes. There we go. I just need her to push me again before I go lower. Come on, come on, come on. Come on. Right leg depot. There we go. Wait, where am I going? I can't see anything. Are you serious? Dang it. I made it. I was right there. I wasn't high enough. What the? Oh. So I charge? Okay. Okay, there it is. Let me just do this. Yeah. Okay. That's where it's at. And this flag is what's throwing me off. Okay. Alright. Come on. Oh, there it is. There, no, no, there it is. Okay. And there's nowhere higher. Let me see. What's over here? Anything? Nothing. Alright, so this is the top. Okay. We gotta try this again. Come on, come on. All right. Oh, I saw. What? Dang it. Ah, too late. Dang it. So wait a second. Everything reset? No. Okay. Yeah, it reset. Like all of the stuff that I put here is gone. Crap. I didn't even think about that. Right leg depot. That's where it's at. And that's where I ended up. How did I end up over there? Why am I not over here? That's annoying. What am I missing? Dang it. Alright. Let's see, the right leg depot's over here. Don't tell me it was over here. I had to go up the bones. Nah, don't tell me that was here all this time. Because that's real annoying. Alright, at least I'm gonna heal here. I ain't got time for this. Oh, wow. It opened everything up. The light route too. Alright. Oh. Okay. I can't freaking believe it. It was freaking up the dang bones. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. There it is. I can't freaking believe this. I can't freaking believe this. And that's what's below, huh? I can't see further down below, but so I had no chance whatsoever of getting up here, going that route. I want to get to the fun stuff. This is non-fun. Oh, that's not gonna go anywhere like that, huh? Alright, hold on. No. Alright. Okay, that's really annoying. How am I supposed to get it? How's that supposed to work? If these things block, see, I can't push it through. Then how am I supposed to get this? Okay, so it doesn't go through. And then how am I supposed to get through that? And that, those, they can't loop around it. Oh gosh, what is up with this stage? Let me try it. Let me look up here. Let's see. What's going on over here? And this is the way down? Oh, there it is. Okay, it looks like I could just throw it down below. Yeah. And then rush over to the temple. Okay. So how do I get this up here? I don't have to go any further. Don't care what's up there. What is up there? Anything important? Oh, just these gliding things. In the chest. Huh. I wonder if... No, it's not gonna work. I thought, no, I was thinking it might work, but I don't think it's gonna work. The way I think it's gonna work. Alright, now how do I deal with this? How do I make this work? It's not going to go through that. Yeah, it stops there. You know what? I'm gonna try something. Let's see if this will work. There's that right here. Okay. There we go. Anyway. Ah, it's falling over. Come on. What am I setting that on? All right, let's see here. All right, there we go. Come on, grab the wall. Let's see if this will work. Where is it at? Ah, you serious? It's not high enough? Dang. One more. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. No. It's not aligned properly. There we go. Alright. No. Oh, that. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. Let me sit. Let's sit that there. Okay, that's perfect. Actually, maybe I shouldn't have, I had it right. Hold on. Yeah, just lean it on here. Yeah, Nintendo. You don't need to do your ridiculous thing. Oh, there it is. Which, by the way, I'm hungry. There. It's done. I can't believe the you got this slowdown going on here. The frame rate just dropped. Finally. Ah! What's happened to me? Oh my god! What am I? Why am I in this? Where's my body?
Thank you, Link. Now only one task remains. We must recover my secret stone. It should be located here. Please, Link, let us go there together. The path will be very dangerous. Fortunately, this construct body you have built for me is hardly helpless. There is a platform nearby where we can explore its potential. Now hurry, Link. We must recover my secret stone.
Minero's construct abilities. Link can ride on Minero's construct. Oh, okay. Dude, I'm riding a mecha. That's so awesome. The weapons here can draw forth the true power of this construct. Attach one to a hand, and your power in combat will magnify several fold. The road to the secret stone is long and arduous. I recommend that you make stops at each armory along the way. Get accustomed to operating this construct so that you're prepared for whatever you may face. Minero's construct abilities. You can attach things to the hands. You can attach things to the hands or back of Minero's construct. The attached object can augment the construct's movements or combat abilities. I think I did it the wrong way, but you know what? Oh, okay. But it's gone forever? Okay. You know what? Oh, okay, so she still moves, but oh, I can't heal like that. Alright. Alright, so we're gonna take a break here. We're going into overtime. I want to finish this this quest up. So I'll see y'all in 5 minutes. Hey, welcome back, everybody. We're playing Mobile Suit Zelda here. uh, this game, these quests just won't end. You know, so apparently I gotta circle. Oh, this is where I have to get to, and I'm all the way over here. And it's got me wondering if I should even be continuing on with this and just call it the weekend. But no, I'm gonna keep going. I want to get this completed. I want to be done with this. Unfortunately, this thing doesn't run like it should. And that's annoying.
Yes.
Oh, okay. A device attached to the construct's back can greatly enhance its mobility. We have far to go before we reach the Temple of the Secret Stone. Speed would be our ally. Okay, there we go. What do we want? Want this or we want the rocket? Oh well, I'll stick with this. Attach to the back. Alright. Back part. Oh, there we go. Look at the way it's running. That's so ridiculous. Oh, crap. So apparently I have to get to each of every one of these depots. Attaching the proper weapon to this construct will enable it to attack distant enemies. Alright, take careful aim and the tide of the battle will turn. Go forth and defeat the monsters which stand in our way. Alright. Dang it. Now I have to do this all over again. Unless it left me off there, since I made it in time. But then I probably won't have the parts attached. Oh, okay. Okay, I do have the parts still attached. Good. Alright, right hand. Left hand. There we go. Where am I at now? Which way am I facing? Oh, come on. Great, I'm stuck on this. I only have 3 health. Jeez. Wow, that is so cool how they just flew right to the thing. Oh, cool. There's that thing over there. If I could get past all this. Dang it, I got burned. Okay, cool. Alright, you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna do this. Hey, where did it go? Oh, there it is. Ah, crap. Oh. I thought well, it doesn't matter. It's right here. Yeah. Just unlock this. And get some lighting. Skip all that. I ain't got time to wait. There we go. Alright, good. Wait, you could follow me? I didn't... Man... Game... That would have been nice to know I didn't have to freaking... eat that. All this... dang it. It's really, you know, it's frustrating because they don't make it clear that you did. I thought I had to... I thought it was mandatory. Look, it's running just... this is so... Yeah, draw forth the hidden power in this construct. Press onward. What is this here? Oh my gosh, this thing really followed us. Yeah, forget the construct powers. Just get to this building. Yeah, see, they made it sound like it had the construct. I had to ride the construct all the way through, but I don't. That's why I'm running. I saw a bomb flower. Oh no, it's a mortal bud. There it is, right up above. That's a spirit temple, but this construct cannot climb a sheer cliff. However, the construct can be modified somehow in a way to access. We are drawing very near now to the secret stone. Okay. We gotta attach these rockets. Back. Oh. It's a one-shot deal, huh? Rocket. Spirit Temple. The vestige of Spirit's resting place. Wait, no. Okay. I thought it was like a legit temple here. You know, temple stage. Probably have to stand before it. Examine. Oh no. Don't tell me it really is a temple challenge. Oh no. No. I never got to do amiibo. Oh, there it is. There's the jelly bean. Okay. Oh, okay. Whew. I thought I was gonna get hit with all that stuff. Boss fight? Boss fight. Ladies and gentlemen. In the left corner.
That construct! I made it long ago. But the glow... It must be under the control of something monstrous.
Ladies and gentlemen, seize construct.
If the Demon King has turned my creation into his pawn, we must defeat it. We can do this together, Link.
Fight!
Let's go. We have to stop that construct.
Wow. Insta kill. I can't believe it's a freaking wrestling meme. Nope. Oh yeah, I'm gonna take me down. Wow, and then I fall into that, which adds to the kill. I'm the champion! You'll never beat me. Dang, I don't even get a chance to grab this. Jeez. Dang. Ah, because he touches the freaking liquid. Alright, so we got knocked into the freaking ropes. Whoa. Alright. No, not that one. Copious? No. Alright, fine. Hot buttered apple. Alright. Got treated like Mike Tyson's Punch Out over here. There we go. All right. Uh-oh. Oh boy. It's going General Grievous on us. Oh, I missed. Here we go. 2 and 3. Got him. Woo! Oh no! I am the champion! I'll not be beaten. Ooh, yeah. Winner! A new champion! Mineru! Robot! Minerubot! Oh, hold on. She was hiding in the switch all this time? Then what was the whole purpose of the construct? How does she control a construct?
Zelda asked me to aid you, Link.
Come
I am
closer.
the Sage of Spirit, and one of the Zonai.
A beautiful woman.
Minu.
Nero, the Sage of Spirit.
I am glad to meet you, Link. I must thank you. It is because of you that we have recovered my secret stone. Originally, my intent was to awaken when you first found the Pora path, then to guide you to my construct and assist you on your journey. I had not anticipated a battle with that same construct.
This is a bit complicated.
You have proven quite adept, and I am grateful for all your efforts. Link, here.
We are now married.
In the name of Mineru, Sage of Spirit, I grant my power unto you. I believe it will serve you well.
Ah! My arm! It's burning! It burns! Ah! 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 And now the Infinity Gauntlet is complete.
With this power I've given, a deep bond has been forged between us. And from this point forward, my spirit will reside within that construct. I will help you however I can.
That cloud looks like a brontosaurus.
Aha!
Anyone who lived in the distant past in the age of Hyrule's founding. Circumstances forced me to forsake my body and become a being of pure spirit. Long have I slumbered within Zelda's Purapad in order to share what I knew when it passed into your hands. I apologize that our meeting has been delayed. The Demon King's interference is to blame. Nevertheless, I ask your pardon.
Well then.
Now onto the topic at hand. In my own age, distant past from your perspective, Zelda awakened as a sage of time and appeared before us. What I must relate to you is a tragedy that occurred in Hyrule's history. At its crux was Zelda, who held the secret stone and traversed time. She made a momentous decision in those days gone by. I would have you know her resolve. Oh, you mean when she turned into a dragon? Hey, how did you know?
My people, known as the Zonai, came down from the heavens to the surface of the world. It was said they were descendants of gods. They bore treasures from these same gods, secret stones capable of amplifying the abilities of those who possessed them. Using the knowledge of the Zonai, my younger brother Raru became a great leader. He met a young woman named Sonia, and they would wed. Raru gifted Sonia one of the secret stones. Together, they sought to establish their kingdom.
I thought they were brother and sister.
This is how the Kingdom of Hyrule, with Raru and Sonia as its first king and queen, came to be. The future looked bright. However, tragedy suddenly struck. A man of great evil emerged from the desert. The leader of the Gerudo, Ganondorf, killed Queen Sonia and stole her secret stone. Using the secret stone, Ganondorf transformed into the Demon King. He then created swarms of monsters and attacked. Hyrule rose up to face these threats, but the evil power driving the monsters forward was staggering. The defenders were on the brink of defeat. Raru then came up with a plan to turn the tide of the war. He entrusted secret stones to warriors with exceptional abilities. They became sages and united in an effort to finally defeat the Demon King.
By calling Captain Planet.
Raru and the sages outnumbered the Demon King and should have been able to stop him. However,
he had a weird face.
The Demon King's power had grown far beyond anything we could have imagined. I was unable to withstand his strength. Our fight appeared all but lost. And then, Raru. He committed himself to one final act.
I am Jedi.
That pride will be your downfall, Ganondorf!
Shining Finger! お前は死んでやる。
Don't be so smug. I know exactly what it will cost me.
10,000 rupees.
Thousands of years will pass on the blink of an eye. You only delay the inevitable.
The inevitable?
You're wrong. Years from now, someone will appear with the sword that seals the darkness. A swordsman with the power to defeat you. Link. Remember this name.
Blink?
Interesting. I look forward to meeting you.
He has a theme song. Good. That was total metal there.
Aha!
You know, the tragedy is the imprisoning war. A link to the past? Though it took all we were able to give, we succeeded in imprisoning the Demon King, but I was wounded in the process. My body was soon to expire.
Well then.
That is when Zelda came to me bearing the decayed and broken sword. Yes, you will recall how the Master Sword vanished from your hand at the Temple of Time. From there, it traveled into the distant past, appearing in Zelda's hands.
You're saying that sword traveled through time the same way you did?
Not really.
Yes, but more importantly, in my original time, the Demon King was vulnerable to even the smallest piece of this sword.
Even someone like him has vulnerabilities.
Well, he bleeds, so we can kill him.
Then, what exactly are you suggesting we do with the sword?
Over time, the Master Sword is able to absorb sacred power. It can heal itself, and even grow stronger.
Curious. If we were able to empower it in that way, it could be the key to defeating the Demon King. But it could take centuries for that sword to grow strong enough. The power the Demon King wields. I do not see how this can be done. It would be impossible for you to provide it with sacred power for so long.
Now with this jelly bean.
Think of one way.
You mean?
Yes, I can do it. I have to.
I've told you. That act is forbidden for a very good reason. It would mean throwing yourself away.
Oh, Minoru!
My old body.
Won't be able to change back.
But it'll be cool.
The moment I had the sword, I knew what to do. I knew this was why I came to this era. I want to restore the Master Sword and deliver it to Link.
Yeah, that's a roundabout way of doing it.
I understand. You really have made up your mind?
I have second thoughts.
Very well then. As a Zonai, I bear my share of blame for these events. So I too will devote myself to this goal and to this hero of yours. For the swordsman Link, I will do everything I can. Even if my body should perish, I will still be with you in spirit.
Afterwards, Zelda and I discussed strategy. We laid the groundwork for guiding you in the distant future.
Well then.
Before the gloom's affliction took my life, I became a spirit and entered the Pura Pad. Then Zelda did what she felt she must and began the forbidden process. She believed you would use the Master Sword to defeat the Demon King and restore peace to Hyrule. Sword that seals the darkness. The Master Sword is our strongest weapon in the campaign against Demon King. Zelda vowed to restore the blade. I have no doubt that is somewhere in Hyrule. Yeah, it's in her head. She's flying around as a dragon with the sword in her head. Seek the sacred tree of this era, which you know as the Deku tree. Zelda intended for you to meet with him when you were ready to reclaim the sword.
Well then.
Go now, Link. The sword of hope that Zelda left to you will surely smite the Demon King Ganondorf. Vow of Mineru. Sage of Spirit. Proof of the Vow of Mineru. Sage of Spirit. Use it to summon and dismiss the construct containing Mineru's spirit. By the way, did we mention it was Mineru's spirit? Alright, let's update this. Here we are. Alright, let's see here. We need some space. So I can add this bow. Okay, W O F and mineral. Her name is Mineral. It's pronounced mineral. There we go. And ignore all. And here we go. And oh no. Info. Tears of the Kingdom. There we are. And there we go. Excellent. We are now up to date. Alright. There we go. We're finally done here. Oh, good. It's done. Whew. And now it's Trail of the Master Sword. Alright. Find the fifth sage. After meeting the owner of the mysterious voice, the Sage of Spirit, Minero, you learned about the imprisoning war, against the Demon King in the distant past, and Princess Zelda's determination to restore the Master Sword. You now all have all the clues you need. Report to Pura for a lookout landing. Trail of the Master Sword, where even the sages of old could not defeat the Demon King. The darkness sealing Master Sword wounded him. According to Minero, Princess Zelda said to speak to the Deku Tree about the Master Sword. Alright. Well. Okay. Let's speed up to here. Where is it at? Oh, here it is. Alright. Alright. If this concludes the thing, it's perfect. And I could do the amiibo to close out. Wow. Wow. This took long. This took long. Ultra Hand. Okay. Alright, let's see if this will close out the fifth sage business. So, did you find clues on the Soul Knight, Music Ruins and Farum about our elusive fifth Mineru? Yeah, she's actually a giant robot. The Sage of Spirit was revived? This is horrible! That means we have the 5 sages. Fantastic work, Link. I can't believe this is actually one of the sages who faced off against the Demon King alongside Zelda. And now we have news about the princess. There's some relief in that, at least. So, in the ancient past, Zelda worked to restore the Master Sword and return it to your hand, trusting that you will defeat the Demon King in the present day. She did so much all on her own. I'm so proud of my baby. ... Master Sword is somewhere in this era, I'm sure of it. She's in the sky as a dragon with the sword in her head. To start, you should probably talk to the Deku Tree about it, as Minero advised. The Deku Tree is in the center of the great Hyrule Forest to the north of here. Zelda left us with her final wish. It's up to us now. Talk to the Deku Tree and he may have a lead. You have to find the Master Sword. There we go. And that one is complete. Excellent. Crisis at Hyrule Castle complete. Yes. Oh, nice. We got a triple decker here. Nice. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Two more main quests that need to be unlocked. Okay. So we're down to the final 4, everybody. Yes. So gotta get to the Deku tree up in the forest. Wow. Okay. Let's do some amiibo to close out the night, and then next week, hopefully next week, this will be over. Oh man. Now watch it go for like another 30 hours just to just to do the Deku tree. It's getting a little tedious. But I'm just glad that 3 objectives got cleared out. Okay, so let's start with Toon League Smash Brothers. My fish. What you got? Nice broadsword. Yeah, put that back in there. Alright. Zelda, Toon Zelda. Zebra's shield. I'll drop the Zoinite shield. Yeah. Alright. Toon Link from the Wind Waker set. You know, I find it kind of dumb that Zelda and Ganondorf amiibo hasn't been released yet. Because a lot of people are already done with this game. And I'm going to be done with this game by the time those guys come out. I'm still going to get the Ganondorf because the Ganondorf one looks real awesome compared... really awesome. There we go. Toy Link from Link's Awakening. But, yeah, it's just not going to have any... It's just not going to be any point in using it. But thankfully I still have Skyward Sword that I haven't jumped into yet. Soldier's Broadsword. Yeah, the boomerang. Alright. Skyward Sword Zelda. Soldier's Bow. Okay. I need a new bow. And 8-bit Link, Legend of Zelda. Die, barrels, die, you evil, evil barrels. Yeah, I killed all the barrels. We're saved. Nice broadsword. Yeah, I think I got it all. I got them all. Okay. Although that's kind of weird that it's that Link's Awakening is the Mask of Awakening rather than a hat. Alright, time for Bowser's Minions. We'll start with Piranha Plant. We got here the Piranha Plant. Alright, we got some food. Good. Next up, Koopa Troopa. We got the old Koopa Troopa. Koopa Troopa. Alright. Yielding up the herbs and mushrooms. Makes sense if they're mushroom themed because they're from the Mushroom Kingdom. Here's Glow in the Dark Boo. Boo. And last but not least, the Goomba. Goomba. There we go. Alright. Whew. Oh man. What a long week. Yeah, I'm really, I'm done. I am tired. But what a long week this was. Every single live stream really went this late. Between Magic the Gathering and this, and of course Japanese live stream. So, here's the Great Hyrule Forest. with Lake Saria. Oh, wow. Lake Saria. Meadow Swamp. So that's our next destination. Can I put a pin on here so I'll know how to get there? There we go. All right. So it's not that far. I'm not running over there. We're done. All right. So look at the map. I really did a lot here. Let me see my hero's path. Wow. Wow. Oh yeah, because I went by horse. Yeah, I had Bojack. So he followed the whole route. And then this was me. Just running. This was me going through, just running across the whole thing. That's my route. Bojack has this beautiful circular, semicircular path going here. And I'm just, and this is me just crossing in a straight line over everything. Oh, man. I wish I could circle the whole world, though. I don't think I'll ever get a chance to do that. You know, travel all along the shorelines. Is there anything else I should do? Should I make some food now? So I don't have to waste time? Yeah, you know what? Let me use this chance and make some quick food. Where's the pot at? Oh. Wait, is the pot over here? Because I'm figuring if I cook food now... Oh, I could do the pose thing. I caught so many of these things. I'll offer pose. Let's see what we got here. Dark lump. The dark tunic. Yeah, I have enough for a dark tunic. Yeah. Cool. Bomb flowers? Oh, I need that many. What does the muddle bud do? Make it difficult to tell friend from foe. Gloom resistance, puff shrooms. But I do want some bomb flowers, so 6. How many do I have? 12. Nah, it's all right. I'll leave it as is. I probably might want better stuff. Let's see what it looks like. I'm really getting tired of that slowdown. Oh, cool. Okay. A spurious replica of the green outfit once worn by a legendary hero. Okay. So let's get back to... There we go. Oh. Yeah, so that was cool. I don't know where the pot is at. My gosh, the slowdown. This is insane. Nintendo, this is uncalled for. This is your pride and joy, and you got these slowdowns happening. These frame rate drops, I mean. Terrible, 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 terrible. Terrible. Speaking of terrible, we got some fresh milk over here. I'll buy them all. I'll buy. Alright. And the rice? Sure, I'll buy them all. Arrows? Sure. Ooh, yeah, sure, I'll buy them all. What else we got here? Hylian tunic, trousers, hood. I got the hood. Snow quill, flame breaker armor. I don't need the apples. I can get them for free. Oh, and can I get anything from Hetsu? Yeah. All right. I don't know where the pot is, but you know what? There's something weird happening. Oh, you gotta suck. There's something weird happening up north in the Cork Forest. Normally, even when traveling not home, I can sense my friends back home. But lately I haven't been sensing anyone at all. All I get is this ominous feeling coming from there. I want to go home to Korak Forest to check on things, but I'm too scared to go right now. Shakala. I'm really worried about my friends in the Deco Tree, back home in the forest. Do you think they're okay? He's not gonna give me the... Okay, Korok Seeds. There we go. Shield Stash? Never mind. Let me try Weapon Stash. How much do I need? 3 Korok Seeds? Sure. There we go. Got the expansion balloon. DLC. NFT. There we go. Good. Alright. Da-na-na-na. Alright. Expand the Bon Weapon Stash. Shakala. I still smell Korok Seeds. You want more? Shakala. Come back again. Alright, this is it. I don't know where the pot is at. I keep forgetting where the pot is at. But you know what? We'll worry about that another time. Where do I want to park my keister at? Right up here? Yeah. Alright. Let's save up. And close out. This is great. We are getting close to the end, which will probably be another 50 hours. Ooh. All right, everybody. This was a great week. A very, very, very long week, but it was a week. It was a week. So let's see here. Want to take the time to first. Next week, more Wonder Project J2. Another round of NSO puzzles, and I'm not sure if I'll have time. I'll have to see. But if I have time, I'll probably play one of the shoot 'em ups I got. So we're going to see what happens there. Of course, more Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, more Magic the Gathering. Lots of talking all next week. Want to take the time to thank all my viewers in the chat room, everyone who's been watching the VODs, all the lurkers out there, especially the work lurkers. I'm glad you enjoy them during work. All of you on YouTube, make sure to like, subscribe, comment, notification bell, all those good things. Thank you, everybody, for another great week, and I'll see you Monday. With all that said, I wish you all a good night, buenas noches, and oyasumi na sai.